Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners meeting for June 15th, 2022. If you'll please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For our inspirational word today will be the Serenity Prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Lundy,
Here.
Commissioner Hung,
Here.
Commissioner Moore.
Here.
And Madam Clerk, we're going to start with proclamation first, please.
We have a proclamation today for world elder abuse, and Chantal Dusenberry from JFS Adult Protective Services Supervisor is here.
Okay.
I see somebody else with you too, but I didn't know who was coming, so.
Yeah, if you folks would like to come up to the podium here, probably the one over here to our left. Okay. Boy, you got purple head to toe, huh?
Very
Okay.
much so. Good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you very much for having me here and for doing this proclamation. A few things that I will say is with Adult Protective Services in the state of Ohio, each county is mandated to have an Adult Protective Service unit. We currently have myself, 6 investigators, and 1 intake person, and that is for the entire Lorain County that handles all of the elder abuse in this county. We are mandated to investigate people that are over the age of 60 with the concerns of abuse, neglect, and exploitation. There are some regulations for how we can take these cases. This person, not only there has to be the actual alleged abuse, the age, but they have to be impaired. And the way I always describe this is, how are they unable to protect themselves? How can they not defend what is happening to them? We look at neglect by others, self-neglect, emotional abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, and the one that is rising the most and the most scary right now is exploitation. Currently, right now, in the state of Ohio, exploitation, our elders have lost $2.9 billion in exploitation. We're also seeing that now it's no longer scams. It is from loved ones, caregivers, and people that they know. This is the hardest one that we're fighting right now at this current time, and it is my #1 report at the current time as well. We also cannot take, people always think we're going to take people out of their homes. We are mandated by law to actually use the least restrictive. We are not going to come knocking on your door and rip you out of your homes. We're there to try to help and try to resolve what's going on. And also at the same time, situations where someone might say is not normal or they don't like the way they're living, we as adults have every right to make bad decisions, and we have to allow them to make the bad decisions. It's when they can no longer understand their risk is when I possibly will be going to court to make sure that they are protected. But not every case goes to court. It is a small population because we're trying to keep them in their homes as safe as possible. Last year, there's been a rise. We investigated 576 cases. This is significantly up from 2019, which was 470. 2021 was 26% down, but we still investigated 402. We currently are at the rate where we have about 250 cases at the current time, so I do expect us to probably go over the 576 this year for how we're going. To give you a inside of the day of APS is the staff that I have are severely dedicated, and I cannot do, or we cannot even be what we are without the 6 investigators and my intake person. Last night, with no thought whatsoever, I was at Avon Cleveland Clinic with the worker that is with me, Randall Dean, till 6 o'clock on an emergency double guardianship hearing that we needed to have. I had my judge waiting for us, and we sat and we in turn make sure these elders were not released back, and they were also being exploited. The sons were running from Florida, and that is what we did. Last night also, I had another coworker that was making sure that an elder had all of her basic needs, and she worked past 5 o'clock. Last Friday, I had another one who got to a house and realized this elder had no medication and no food, and she continued to work till 6 o'clock. This is a 24/7 job. I am on call 24/7, 365 days. The only time I do get a break, if I can, is if I actually leave the state of Ohio for a vacation, which is very rare. But this job is nonstop. We do not stop at 4:30. We have continued to work. We have worked, and we will continue to work because of our dedication. So I thank you for bringing awareness to this, because we know 1 in 10 Ohioans are abused. Of those victims, only 1 is brought to the attention of APS. So there's 5 that are not going unnoticed.
Any questions?
Yes, questions?
Yeah. Does your department have like an ombudsman, something of that effect to help people out? Cleveland has that. I've dealt with this issue a lot personally over the years.
The
and-
Lorraine County Ombudsman?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about like when there was an issue in a nursing home, a lot of times the first step is usually an outsider to help on whether or not there is abuse, because with dementia, patients, as I'm dealing with, you don't know what is true and what is not.
Yes,
And so do you
so,
guys deal with the actual nursing homes too when issues, or are you more when they're out single-family housing and apartments?
yes, I guess I should clarify, one of the other things is you got to be 60 and in the community. So if they are long-term nursing home, long-term ombudsman has that jurisdiction. But just because they're in a nursing home, depending on the situation, especially if they're there for just a rehab stay, or if we have an active case that then they end up in the nursing home, we will still stay involved. Because usually a lot of the times, if we do have a court order, there are times where it is best for them to be in the nursing home because they're being severely neglected at home by a loved one. But if it's solely in a nursing home long-term, unfortunately, I do not have the jurisdiction to go in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately.
So as a county in your department, do people call, because some people are nervous about calling say a caseworker, an investigator kind of scares them, They might have some concerns maybe with their siblings living at home with their mother. I mean, would they call you up and would somebody kind of mediate to see if it's true? Do you do that first? Or?
Yes, so when people call us, the first person they're gonna get is my intake person.
Okay.
And we're gonna ask a series of questions, and those phone calls can last anywhere from 20 minutes to even 45 to 50 minutes. She gets as much information as we can to determine, is this really sound like there is a possibility? And for APS, it's 51% likely. It's a ponderance of
Okay,
evidence. Yeah, so ours is a
You
ponderance
did
of
a bunch that
evidence
one, So, okay.
for us to how we would validate something. I always say people to call. We're not always going to take every case. We might have some information of like, how about you guys try this and call us back in 2 weeks? Or we would want you to try this, or you guys are doing a great job. There's no need for us. We might cause harm if we were to be involved. And that's one of our principles, is not to cause any additional harm to the elder. So if we could sever a family relationship who's their only support, we might really talk to them, is this the way to go? Maybe try this. Maybe they need Office on Aging and they need some options. Maybe they just need Meals on Wheels. Maybe it's just transportation. And we try to give them whatever resources are available in this county to work with. So just because you call us, we're not that scary. So we go to the door and how we're usually dressed with a red folder, and we knock and just say, hey, we're here. There's a concern that's been reported. What's going on? Tell us what's going on.
Yeah,
And
this is the toughest part in our society right now, is everyone's aging quickly. That's why I can see your numbers, I think, are going to continue.
yes,
and
very much so.
Continue to increase.
Yeah.
And my daughter's a executive director of memory care unit, and the stories I hear, I really am fearful for the future of our seniors as that age bracket grows. I can see you guys growing.
Yes.
I really can.
Yes, we're huge with our number of our population, and right now what I am seeing also is before we were seeing 80s and 90s, late 70s, I'm starting to see early 60s.
Yeah.
So I know that has started to age, and we're getting them in a younger population. So yes, it is aging, and the severity of the cases have gotten worse. We would usually see self-neglect as our number one. Right now, exploitation is the top, and the other one is neglect by others. And they're being severely neglected by their loved ones. And we end up with a lot of roadblocks, trying to get in and trying to make sure they're protected. But we keep fighting. And if it takes 10 referrals, it takes 10 referrals.
Well, just so people know, it's not, when they hear the word neglect, okay? And it really is, I feel bad because it sounds like people are really, oh, they're being mean, no, they don't have the ability to take care of their parents. I've seen that. I've seen where
Yes.
they don't have the ability to make that decision, and that's where maybe you guys come in to say, okay, we need to help you, guide you through this process, because they raised them and their loved ones, and it's a very difficult time, so I can see, that's why I was
Yes.
wondering, if you have somebody that walks people through before you even move forward with an investigation, that's
Even
all.
if we do the investigation, we don't assume the worst. Like, whatever is reported, it is our job to investigate, to see, is it really as reported? And a lot of times, we even see husbands and wives, and now the care of the loved one has gotten to be too much. Their dementia has increased, and they need educated, and they need services. And that's what we're first going to do.
Okay.
We're not going to say, oh, you're a horrible person. And just because it's APS, it does not mean there's a crime committed. I think people also think that. This is civil. It does at times get to a crime, but in all honesty, it doesn't. Most of the times we are helping, and we'll put in our findings that the neglect seems to be unknowingly.
Right,
That what we see a lot is we see children that have had some type of DD, and now they're the caretaker of their elderly, and they just don't quite understand, and they're doing the best they can, but according to the definition of neglect, they are neglecting them, but we're not gonna throw the book at you, we're gonna throw resources at you.
Sure, okay,
And what
good.
can we do? And monitor that case. Everyone has probably 20 to 30 cases they're monitoring.
Wow.
And it's just what's going on, making sure that bad people do possibly stay in line, or when they need that extra help, we're there to, okay, no, Johnny, you said you were gonna do this, remember the plan, we have to continue to do that. And so we're not
no, but I think it
Yeah.
takes a special person
very
to
much.
do the work you guys do. Even in the nursing home facilities there, as we all know, labor is so hard to find people.
There's a shortage and,
And,
yes,
I commend you on what you guys are doing.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for explaining it for me.
absolutely.
Sorry, didn't mean to.
No,
Didn't mean to
no,
hog that.
no, that's an important issue. 'Cause,
No,
you
when
know,
you're dealing with it at home personally,
Yeah.
and, my daughter's involved, so it's like, you hear everything. So,
Yeah.
You know,
It's sad at times, very sad.
Yeah, when people have health issues and aging issues, that caretaker role is a very demanding role on family members. And, like you said, sometimes they don't have the ability, or they're just not, whatever, strong enough to be able to really step up to the plate and be the caregiver.
Yeah,
So that's
some people don't
challenging.
realize what they're actually committing to when they say they're gonna be the caretaker.
Right.
And we'll try to educate them, like, this is what this means.
Right.
This is what is expected, can you do this? And it's nothing wrong to say, I need help.
Mm-hmm.
And
but it's hard for people to say that.
yes, it is, but my intake person is lovely, and she will spend plenty of time with trying to talk to someone with whatever is needed.
Okay.
So I always say, just call. It's better to call than not call.
How about the warning signs, for neighbors if they see certain activity going on at somebody's house where there's a senior living? Or I was also curious, do you work at all with the banking community when the banking community notices unusual activities, large withdrawals, family members coming in, pulling money out of mom's account?
Yes. So one of the financial advisors and banks, they became a mandated reporter in 2018. So we did see an increase in reports from the bank. And also now the banks have developed their elder fraud units. We see that in every major bank. So they will they do their own investigation, and we are getting reports from that, and that's where we're seeing the hundreds and thousands of dollars. We had a huge meeting yesterday. We're looking at one that's about $200,000 that the caretaker has just blindly removed from this elderly person. We're hoping to actually, first time, move forward with actual criminal charges of theft. So it's very hard. So yes, the banks, we have certain ones that will call. They will put freezes on the accounts while APS tries to do an investigation in those 30 days. So I do work very closely with the banks, and they're mandated, so they share information with us that's needed that we can do. Warning signs for neighbors. If you see there's a new person that's moved in that you haven't seen, next thing you know, your neighbor who used to come over all the time, that isolation, we're seeing a lot of that isolation to then be able to control their lives and then also then start stealing their money. Changing the wills, the house gets into their name. The other thing would be is just if they were always presentable, and next thing you know, you see that they look a little disheveled or they're more confused. Maybe they have a UTI. Maybe they're not getting their medications. Maybe they are getting some early onset dementia. Those would be some things that I would look out for from a neighbor point. It's like, oh, you know, Sally's not the same way she used to be. Bill is talking, you know, about his dead wife who he acts like is alive. Those would be things when you need to give us a call so we can talk about it to see if we need to go out there. We do have the county nurses with the Lorraine County General Health. We have a contract with them, and if needed, we will make a referral, and they will go out with us to help assess some of those medical concerns. They can check their vitals, they look for the UTI, they can test sugar, or if there is a wound, they help us determine if that wound is of a life-threatening condition. I don't know. I see something that is ooey and gooey, I think we should go to the hospital, where the nurses I have had, oh, this is healing very well. So they're very helpful, and we use them quite a bit to go out and help assess with, like, there's been a mental status change in an elder. And usually my first thing is there's probably a UTI that I want to look for. So those are a few.
Is there anything the health department doesn't do there, Mark? Jeez. You guys do all kinds of stuff. So, well, any other questions, Commissioner?
I don't have any questions, just wanted to thank you for the work that you do. It's such important work, and I just know from personal experience what in my own family and what my mother has gone through in the past few years. She had a series of health events, and like you said, when that dementia progresses to the next level, we had it happen in our family literally 3 weeks ago. It was like a switch just went off, and you know, my mom and dad have been married for 53 years, and he's there as her caregiver and able to help her, but that switch went off, and it was a matter of getting her, you know, into the right hospital, the right assessment, figuring out what the hospice care was going to be, and if somebody doesn't have that person that they can trust, and this is where you guys come in, and you're the angels coming in to assess the situation and help these people, so thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Thank you. So I do have shirts for you guys. I brought extra shirts, so I
Yeah.
have a box. I do have shirts.
We'll
These
give you a
are,
proclamation for sure.
yeah, that's fine. I got some shirts for you guys.
Well, we have a proclamation here in the matter of proclaiming June 15th, 2022 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in Lorraine County, Ohio. We won't read all the whereases, but Lorraine County seniors are guaranteed that they will be treated with respect and dignity to enable them to continue to serve as leaders, mentors, volunteers, important and active members of this community. We are all responsible for building safer communities for Lorraine County seniors. And whereas the well-being of Lorraine County seniors is in the interest of all and further adds to the well-being of all Ohio communities, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Commissioners of Lorraine County, Ohio, that we hereby proclaim June 15th, 2022 World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Encourage all Lorraine County citizens to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of its seniors in Lorraine County, Ohio. And it's signed by all three members of the board. If we can come down and present that to you. And Randall, you want to come up, take a photo with this too? Sure.
Yes.
I think the
I
beard's
like the beard, yeah, I like the beard a lot there.
This,
I gotta figure out who's taking a picture here.
Mr. Spears, and do you have
Okay.
your phone for the picture?
Oh, those are yellow shoes. Nice and bright. I was gonna say, you wanna leave them up here and then? Okay.
You should have feed medium.
Two X.
They've said sundown.
Right. What's that, the purple? I was instructed by the boss in my office, my administrative assistant, to wear purple today, so, yeah.
I didn't even know
Yeah,
her. I would have
thanks,
told you guys.
Yeah. Don said you better wear purple tomorrow, so, okay.
Yeah, Amy didn't call
On
me.
vacation, and
She
I'll tell you what to wear.
saves me all the time.
I had no idea it was purple.
I'm gonna write Amy up today.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Well, next we have resolutions.
We do.
Okay,
Number 1, investments.
so move.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye,
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
yes.
Number 2, appropriations.
so move.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye,
Commissioner Hung,
yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 3, transfers.
so move.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye,
Commissioner Hung,
yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 4, advances, repayments, there were none. Number 5, requisitions.
so move.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye,
Commissioner Hung,
yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 6, travel.
so move.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye,
Commissioner Hung,
yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 7, bills.
so move.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye,
Commissioner Hung,
yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 8, authorize various personnel actions as indicated on the summary sheet for employees within jurisdiction of Lorraine County Commissioners. At the conclusion of today's board meeting, the Commissioners may recess an executive session to discuss personnel, new hires, and board appointments. Number 9, approve and waive the reading of the Commissioners' meeting minutes of June 8th.
so move.
Second,
Discussion.
Yes. Yeah, looking over the minutes and trying to time everything to see if, what was going, there's some information missing here. At the conclusion of our executive session, I went to the bathroom, came out, we talked a little bit, I brought my file out here, but it seems that there was a second executive session that I did not participate in which Commissioner Hung and, well, both of you with Dan Petticord held that meeting without me, and I didn't know about it till I came back out, and that's when you guys made the motion to call a roll call and not allow me to have a discussion. The fact that Prosecutor Petticord never comes out tells me that there was another executive session, and I'd like to have it in the minutes. If not, I guess it'll be in the minutes for next week, because I'm talking about it right now. But the fact that I was told we left the executive session, and you and Karen held the meeting, and we left, and then I came back out here and waited, I felt there was a second executive session that I was not included in. Please tell me I'm wrong.
There's only one executive session because you have to come out of executive session.
Right, which we
You come out
did.
of executive session here. There was a discussion between Commissioner Lundy primarily and myself about a point of order under Robert's rules after you had left, I think, to go to the restroom as we were walking out. Commissioner Hung stayed for that discussion. I want to say it was a couple of minutes, but there wasn't a separate meeting, and the topic was what did Robert's rules require as far as votes on, I want to say it was a personnel summary sheet at that point?
Correct.
Yeah, that was, but it wasn't a separate meeting, it was
Okay,
just a continuation.
that's okay.
And we had, I don't, yeah.
I just felt that, what happened, I just felt that there should be a record
Look, I
of
probably
it,
should have,
so.
when we came back in, I probably should have told you that I talked to Matt, and I apologize for that.
Oh, that- oh, that's
should have-
okay.
I should have
That's
filled
okay.
you in on what happened when we were in the bathroom.
Then there's no need to amend this then. Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye,
Commissioner Hung,
yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 10, approve a grant in the amount of $1 million over 3 years to Lorraine County Office on Aging to serve Lorraine County seniors with food provisions to in-home support and will be paid from account ARPA other expenses.
Move to approve,
second.
Discussion.
Yes, at this point, I'd like to call up Lauren Kushazek. Did I get it right? Was I there? Yeah, right on. I got you're on. But, you know, I know we can't thank you enough for what you're doing with the Office on Aging. Obviously, we had this earlier discussion about, you know, the elder abuse, and we do have an aging population here in Lorraine County. I'm trying to think, is it 28% that's over
25,
25% that's over 65?
over 60.
60, over 60.
Oh, man.
And,
Yeah.
and it's just so important that, you know, we provide the support that our seniors need. And so I'd just like to get your thoughts on this investment that we want to make in the seniors in Lorraine County.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you. Mind blown that this is actually happening. So a little bit about what this money would do is a couple of things that I kind of want to highlight. First of all, we have a transportation issue in Lorraine County. Older adults delayed health care due to COVID. They didn't want to go to the hospital. They didn't go to the doctor because that's where COVID was. And we are getting just absolutely bombarded with calls of, I need to get to the doctor. And more, it seems the health systems are centralizing a lot of their key services, like maybe heart catheterization, to Cuyahoga County. And that's really creating a struggle for us out here in Lorraine County getting our folks there. So one of the things that I plan to do is to purchase a second wheelchair accessible vehicle with these funds to get these folks to their doctor's appointments. I mean, this is a basic thing that they need. They need to see the doctor. They need to keep on top of their chronic health conditions. And we're having to turn more people away than we're serving. And that just breaks my heart. And there are not a lot of other options that are affordable. There's a lot of unaffordable options that our folks just can't afford on a fixed income. The second thing we would do is we have a food bank. And I know Julie here is going to speak in a minute, but our food bank, our shelves are falling apart. We have very old freezers, very old refrigerators. Every time we check them, we're like, oh, please, keep your temperature. But we need additional space. So we need additional space for our refrigerated items, for our freezer items. So to be able to get new items to be able to feed people in Lorraine County. We only order so much meat and protein items because we don't have the storage space. So I would be able to purchase what we need to be able to store these items. And then lastly, something else we would look at is providing modifications in homes, things like grab bars, things like railings and items like that. And those are things that are like one-time investments into their home that's going to make it sustainable, that they're going to be able to stay there longer because they have those modifications in their home that they can age in place with. And then I would be remiss if I didn't mention, that our technology at the Office on Aging, we have a lot of much older equipment, and my staff don't have the technology to really be efficient in their service delivery. So if I can get them newer technology, newer laptops, newer things that they can take out into the community, they can be more efficient. They can serve more people because we're doing it more efficiently and we're meeting their needs in a quicker fashion rather than printing papers, running back, making copies. We can do a lot of our work right there in their home, in the community, and be able to serve many more people with that. So those are kind of some of my thoughts.
Commissioner?
Yeah, I think we're kind of piggybacking a little bit on your presentation in May. I think it was early May that you were in here with your presentation. And
Yes.
I'd just like to mention that you've been, just such a fine leader in what you do over there and your presentation. And I've just been impressed with the job that you do, Lauren, and you and your team delivering, so our residents can age with dignity and have nutritious food available to them should it become a need and they have you to call and to rely on. So thank you for all you do. And I'm just so inspired by you and your enthusiasm and your confidence and the vision that you have for these grant dollars and how you're going to use them over there. So thank you for what you do and trusting that your board, I think you have 12 on your board, right?
Correct.
That they are going to trust you and embrace the vision that you have and how these dollars are going to be used. And we've got another exciting thing that I'm not going to mention right now, but hopefully sooner rather than later we'll get to that exciting thing coming up for our seniors as well. So thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner.
David, anything?
So just so that the public knows, these funds are going to be paid out of the ARP, the ARPA money that we received from the federal government. My concern is, and I'm glad Jim Miller's here today, is that the Port Authority spent $440,000 in regards to, and you've been working with them, I guess, in regards to the project on Abbey Road. I've been out to your facility. I've been there in the record center seeing seniors come in confused, not knowing where to go. It's on the, second floor? The
Yes.
freight elevator is not a
Yes.
freight elevator. It's not safe.
No.
And I have concerns with this money if you're going to I hope this money's not gonna be used to invest in a building. I feel like the Gates building, I feel that this money should not be used to invest in that building, because I don't want another Golden Acres where we're putting new roofs on and then tearing it down. That's all. That's my concern. So, I mean, I'd support this, but I want to make sure that you're going to be, are you confident in moving forward with the same deal you have today, that with the port?
I
Is
mean,
your board supportive of this?
I
'Cause I'm hearing
believe so.
different things. I don't know if you guys are, I mean, I've been told that they're not moving over there. Am I wrong, or is this something we shouldn't be talking about?
Yeah, I mean, we still have some logistics to work through, but I know there's a transition plan, but no, we're not going to be making investments in the
Okay, good.
Gates building.
No.
Well, no, I heard new
No.
products, I heard new freezers, I heard
Yeah.
new, and I'm like, I don't want to be putting this stuff in an old building. So is that that's not your plan, is it? Not the old building, is it?
Not the whole building, no, no. I mean,
May I?
But, yeah, oh, yeah, yeah.
So, Lauren, Ms. Kazajic, I had a conversation, I believe, when JR Administrator first started. Your board has approved your move, correct?
yes, they have, yes.
Port's
Yeah.
made its
Okay, good.
investment in the improvements.
Okay,
Right.
Great.
which was Port Authority money, not general fund money, and we appreciate that.
Well, and I think that the concern has been, how are we going to afford it and pay for it? I think that was
No,
kind
I
of
think
where
I
some,
think you're at the same deal you have today. Do you like the deal you have today? With Gates Building?
what do you mean, I'm sorry.
Well, what's the deal you have, how to pay for it at the Gates Building? Huh?
It's an in-kind,
you.
provision from the county commissioners,
Okay,
yes.
I feel that's probably what I think that's what you're gonna
Okay.
have.
Okay. Yeah, that was probably not what was communicated to me, was
Oh, really?
communicated, no, what was
This is where
communicated.
I'm hearing all sorts of different things, like probably you have.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was communicated to me that it was, $400,000, and, how are we gonna pay for it? We can put it into a lease, and this is how much you would pay annually. And that was, I immediately was like, I can't
No, I know
commit
you
to
can't
that.
do that,
Right.
yeah.
So I think that's kind of our sticking point is, we're happy to move forward, but it's a financing
I just don't wanna give you
it.
$1 million and it goes into trying to restore something that's what I was afraid of.
No, and I don't have the latitude or authority to make improvements to that building at any rate, yeah.
Okay.
May I?
Sure.
And I think, just so the public knows, when reading the article that's going to come out on this, these are ARPA dollars used for programming, not for
Yes,
remodeling the
that's
Gates
correct.
Parade
Okay, good.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Record Center building, where you guys are.
No, but I heard freezers.
That will save me a little time later.
Yeah.
Well,
But I heard equipment, I heard,
so freezers, these are like, I'm not talking about installing like these massive freezers that can't, no, I'm not talking about that. No, I'm talking about, stand-up
just
chest
commercial
freezers,
stuff.
things that can be moved, Commissioner, yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. We're going to process the transition so it goes smoothly, so you have a soft landing. Those things will be addressed, but these are programming dollars, and they need to be programming
Absolutely.
Okay,
dollars. And
okay.
that's the
Yes.
way that's going to work, so.
Yes,
And it's over 3 years.
yes.
That's correct. Yeah, so it's $1 million investment over 3 years, and, I know anytime I'm out in the community and you talk to seniors are always wanting to tell stories about how life used to be in Lorraine County and how it's changed and roles that they played in the community. And, we are where we are today in a much better place because of their involvement in our community and their dedication to the community and, raising their families and nurturing their families here. And, and then they get to the back end of life, and they certainly needed to be treated with the best dignity and respect, possible. And I think, being able to keep them in their homes and having access to the services and the food and everything that they need is just so critical. And, and that's where your office plays an important role. And, we've got to treat our seniors with dignity, respect. We've got to invest in our seniors. And as Dave has pointed out, we have a aging population here, and this is an issue that's going to continue to accelerate and become a greater need in the community. So, but I'm looking forward to it, and I think it's, it's a great pilot, if you will, for us to launch for 3 years, take a look at how everything's working, and then go from there. But, these dollars that are coming to us from the federal government, we can't be hoarding these dollars. I mean, we've got to get them back out into the community. The need is there. The need is great. the time is right, the time is now, and so this is an important investment to make.
And just don't, the problem with money, it becomes a drug and you get addicted to it. This is 3 years.
I know.
So-
I'm well aware. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir.
This is Dave let the cat out of the bag here on the exciting news that's coming with.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that was exciting.
Well, my exciting news was the new location.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I know
I
we
didn't know that
still have
was-
some real estate things to iron out in executive session
Oh,
with
okay.
Assistant
Right,
County
we
Prosecutor
do.
Dan Petticord. So
Sorry
we
about
really
that,
can't-
guys. I didn't know that
Can't
was-
say too much, but I'm looking forward to a really exciting type of grand opening over there so the public can see what you will be doing over there and the programs. And I just think it's a very important investment in our seniors that live here in Lorraine County. And, you know, we hear the phrase food insecurity, and I just think it's important for people to understand that so many of our seniors struggle with this, and that's
Yes.
what you do in your programs.
Yes.
And this is an investment and commitment to these dollars that we're committing here is an investment to your agency, the Lorraine County Office on Aging. So thank you very much for everything you do, Lauren.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll have you back intermittently to report on the progress you're making, and
Absolutely.
looking forward to it. So,
All right.
thanks for all that you
Yep,
do.
thanks.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. And Mike, I'm sure you weren't not going to write nothing about this, right? So I kind of, okay, thanks.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 11, approve a grant in the amount of $500,000 Lorraine County Office Second Harvest Food Bank to provide food service provisions to Lorraine County residents and seniors, as well as 8 school districts, 59 food pantries, 28 hot meal programs, children programs, and holiday seasons in Lorraine County to pay for ARPA other expense account.
Move to approve?
Second?
Discussion.
Yeah, at this point, I'd like to call up Julie Chase Moorfield, and with Second Harvest, I know Ron Coco's here, the president of the board. If Ron wants to come up as well, too. And if
Ron's
you
a big shot.
could give us an update, and yeah, Ron's the big shot in the room here, so we're honored by his presence. We always tease Ron.
We're honored by his presence as well at Second Harvest. Want to thank you for allowing us to come here today and for consideration on our request. We have seen throughout the pandemic, have done everything that we can in order to continue to serve the community and to ensure that the community members who are at risk for hunger were able to receive the food that they need to grow and to thrive. Coming out of the pandemic, we would have never anticipated we would be in a situation where we're really struggling to bring food into our warehouse. We've seen a decline since January of about 30% of incoming food. And this is incredibly challenging in that we're still 40% ahead of pre-pandemic in terms of how many people in Lorraine County that we're serving. So since January to the end of May, we've served about 45,000 unduplicated people within the county. Our distribution as a whole, we serve Lorraine, Erie, Huron, and Crawford counties. About 60 to 65% of our distribution is within Lorraine County. So it is obviously the largest part of what we do. We're deeply concerned in terms of where the food declines have come. We've seen a 54% decline in federal foods incoming. Many of the programs that existed during the pandemic have sunsetted. We've seen a huge drop in manufacturer donations, the same challenges that I think everyone is hearing about. There are staffing shortages, there are shipping shortages, there's paper, aluminum, plastic. I mean, those things are in short supply. And so we're not seeing the donations from manufacturers, both locally and nationally. We get national donations through our national organization, Feeding America. But we've also seen a huge drop-off. If you've been to the grocery store, you've noticed there are empty spots on shelves, and there's less meat and poultry, and there is, rationing even in the grocery store. I was at the Meijer store recently, and there's it says, limit 2 boxes of cereal. So those are the donations that we normally receive. Our drivers go out and pick up retail donations 3 days a week. They do all 4 counties, and particularly frozen meat, as Lauren mentioned, that's dropped off to almost nothing. So we're being forced to purchase meat in poultry items, but we're also challenged with the fact that there's an avian flu right now, and so almost 38,000 birds have died since the avian flu started. That's starting to wane, but it's a huge impact on the poultry market in terms of eggs. So egg prices have gone from $1.50 a dozen to $3 a dozen. So there's so many things that are happening all at once. And I've been in food banking for about 20 years. I've never seen this many things happen at once. There's been avian flu before. There's been downturns in manufacturing. There's been different things that have happened. But all of these things together, coupled with inflation and rising gas prices, are just creating, it's an incredible downward pressure on our ability to provide food. And yet, people are more in need now than they ever have been. We'll be out this afternoon at Brookside High School doing a mobile food pantry distribution, and we'll serve between 450 and 500 families. If you look back pre-pandemic, we used to serve there at Forest Lawn Elementary, and there was maybe 50 families that would be served. We still see tremendous need within the community, and so we appreciate your consideration in helping us be able to provide that food to so many of our partners, including the Lorraine County Office on Aging. Any food pantry you can think of within our community, we're partnered with and we're providing food to.
I'm just here as the board chair, and I just want to emphasize to the board here that I've had the honor and distinction of serving as the board chair over the COVID years. I don't know if I drew the lucky straw on that one, but when we came out of the pandemic, we thought there may be a little calm, and it's just been quite the opposite. All these factors that Julia listed out are just affecting us even more so, and it's creating even more challenges for the board. But I've got a tremendous support from the board. We're committed to helping the food insecure in our area, and particularly Lorraine County. And I just wanted to be here today just to offer my support for this grant that we're requesting. So thank you.
Questions?
Yeah, how about the other 3 counties? Have you approached them for ARP dollars too?
We have. I've spoken with commissioners in the other counties. A lot of what we heard from our other counties is that because they're so much smaller, a lot of their funds are going into infrastructure. We would say that we would ask them to consider other requests, but their amounts are significantly smaller than what we're seeing here. We are asking for everybody's support. We have a request with the Ohio Association of Food Banks with the state. So there's a $50 million request in front of Governor DeWine currently. It's for the 12 Feeding America food banks in the state. We're one of the small to medium-sized food banks, if you will. So we're pursuing that as well. We will leave no stone unturned. Our job is to serve people. Our job is to make sure that people have the food that they need, and we will do whatever we can to make that happen.
Okay, sorry. The answer, I guess, is no, right? They're not.
Yes, they're not going to happen, I guess, is what sort of the message that we've gotten. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I needed to hear. Next time I'm talking to my friends in Erie and Huron, I will remind them that 35%, we put in a lot for 65% of that food, and we put $500,000 in. I can see even a token 10,000.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's just me getting a little angry at my neighbors.
Yeah, yeah, they should be investing, absolutely.
I just have a question, ma'am. Julie, I call you by your first name.
Nope, you're fine.
Can you just go over the numbers on, what you had to spend towards purchasing
Sure.
food versus what you have to spend in 2022? Because I had a tour of your facility, and, some people would think that, there's stuff on the shelves, but to me, it looked like your shelves are bare. You're not anywhere near full capacity to serve, to serve the folks that need. So can you kind of go over those numbers a little bit?
Sure. So pre-pandemic, we were purchasing about right around $600,000 worth of food. Our food is made up of the main sources are federal, state, donated, and purchased. And usually purchased product is less than 10%. And it's just intended to fill in the gaps so that as different products come in, we make sure that we have things like peanut butter on the shelves, or we have, those shelves, those stable items that people need. So where we are right now going into our next budget, our budget will be approved for our next fiscal year beginning July 1 in a couple weeks. Our food purchasing budget is about $1.9 million. And we're going to be using, as right now, our intent is actually to use about $1 million out of our reserve in order to make that happen. So we're budgeting for $1 million deficit going into next year. But the board feels very strongly that this is the right thing to do in the situation that we're in. So, we'll continue to do whatever we can to make sure that we have the food in the warehouse. But yes, it's increased exponentially.
Can you explain a little bit about, how these dollars, obviously, you have the increased food costs and things of that nature, but being able to, the way that we had our discussions with you is we wanted to be able to cover a variety of areas. And I know one that always concerns me is when the kids are out of school, sometimes the only decent meal they get is, when they go to school each day. So being able to service the youth and the seniors and families, if you can kind of give a general overview of the broad spectrum.
Sure. So in Lorraine County, we work with a number of different partners on the Senior Food Box Program. So that's a federal program that we deliver boxes to. So partners including the Office on Aging, Overland Community Services, Neighborhood Alliance, throughout the county that deliver those boxes to seniors. We also have a project that we're working on that was recently reported on in terms of being able to deliver those boxes directly through Project Dash. But with children, we work with a number of different programs. We work with the Boys and Girls Club, but we've also, particularly during the pandemic, forged a really strong relationship with all the schools. So Lorraine, Elyria, Sheffield Lake, Clearview, Midview. We work with the Educational Service Center of Lorraine to reach all of the other schools. So we'll be continuing to be out at all of those schools doing school-based food pantries throughout the summer months. We generally see, especially during the summer, a big uptick with families with children reaching out to food pantries, and unfortunately, we anticipate that's going to be more so this year. The child nutrition waiver actually ends at the end of June. So last year, you may have seen a lot of the school districts were able to provide kids meals that they could take home with them. With the waiver expiring, they're no longer able to do that. So the only way for children to receive those summer food service program meals is actually to come to a site. Well, there's significantly less sites now than there were before. So there just aren't as many options for kids. So our goal is to be able to make sure that we're serving the whole family through our school-based food pantry program. And we actually have some additional food pantries scheduled throughout the summer months to reach into other areas of the county as well with the different school districts.
And I know it's a few months off, but it'll probably be here before we know it. This will also help with some funding for holiday meals.
Yep. So we'll be doing a Thanksgiving distribution. We're partnered with Lorraine County Community College, and we're very grateful for them for allowing us to use that site. Last year, we served about 2,000 families on that day, so the Saturday before Thanksgiving. So we provided enough food for a family to have a Thanksgiving meal, including the turkey. Incredibly well received, and just a huge outpouring from the community after the event of people who said they wouldn't have had a Thanksgiving meal without that distribution. So we're incredibly grateful that we'll be able to help make the holidays even better for families who are struggling.
So it's going to be an investment, and it's going to cover a lot of areas and certainly help a lot of folks.
And Julie, also too, if you could get back to us as commissioners, maybe September, October, and let us know how everything is shaping up for the holidays to help people. with
Absolutely.
this.
Yeah.
So let us
Be
know
happy
how
to
it's
do that.
going.
And as Matt said, it's helping a lot of people, even the 35% that's not helping in, right?
Right.
I have to do one more dig on those other three counties, sorry.
But, when we sit down to have breakfast or lunch or dinner, we need to remember in this county how many people don't have access to food and how food insecurity is a serious issue, and, and how blessed we are to have food in the refrigerator and, food on the shelves, and because a lot of folks each day are wondering about where their next meal's coming from or how much they'll actually be able to eat that day. And it's a serious issue. It's a very serious issue. And, and I often send this message out. It's not popular with some folks, but, the state of Ohio continues to sit on a big rainy day fund, and it's raining, folks. Money needs to be coming back to the communities in a number of different ways. And I know the state's trying to get the federal dollars back to the communities, but this is an example of, where money needs to be reinvested into the people and people that are struggling right now. So, but thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron.
Anything further? Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Under Community Development, 12, adopt an amendment of revisions to the Policy and Procedures Manual for CHIP.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Under Job and Family, 13, designate Barb Tamus, Director, JFS, to release and accept from July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, following the Fiscal Administrative Procedures Manual, Chapter 65101, 9 through 682, Inter-County Agency of Allocations, from the account Federal Grants TANF.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Under Workforce Development, 14, approve an interagency agreement with Lorraine County Crime Lab to allow for the creation of disaster relief employment opportunities to reimburse through the Fresh Start Grant in the amount not to exceed $145,592.44. Ohio Department of JFS has been awarded 2-year National Health Emergency Disaster Recovery Dislocated Worker Fresh Start Grant from the United States Department of Labor, intended to address the opiate crisis and better support Ohio employers as well as individuals who are in recovery. WDA will reimburse Crime Lab for disaster relief employment positions to cover participant wage paid and all other related payroll expenses not to exceed the $145,592.44 from July 1st, 2022 through February 29, 2024, and will be paid out of the WIA National Disaster Relief Funds.
Move to approve?
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, I had opportunity to go over and have a meeting with Mike Longo, our Workforce Development Director, and he was able to, I asked him to send me an email, so I had the number correct. The Dislocated Worker National Emergency Grant, and they've received approximately $243,000, which is exciting for them to be able to do this and get these administrative type positions filled and get the help to do that. So good job on grabbing that grant money or applying for that grant money and securing it for us, Mr. Longo. So thank you.
Anything further? Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Under Developmental Disabilities, 15, approve and enter a lease agreement with Triad Grafton for 4,400 square feet, which includes approximately 1,526 square feet to be shared with Lorraine County DD, effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. Triad provides services including vocational habilitation and/or adult day support to individuals with developmental disabilities.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore? Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
16, approve and enter a lease agreement with ViaQuest Inc., Dublin for 6,034 square feet, which includes approximately 1,526 square feet, to be shared with DD effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. ViaQuest Inc. will provide beneficial services to individuals with developmental disabilities.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Under Engineer, 17, award and enter in a contract with Melway Paving, Inc., Holmesville, Ohio, in the amount of $893,035.05 for the 22 countywide chip and seal program in Lynn County. 4 bids were received on May 24th, this being the most responsive, complying with specifications. Program consists of performing a chip and seal surface treatment to 47 miles of township and county roads. Alternate 2 consists of using number 8 slag on several roads in Grafton Township as opposed to number 8 wash limestone, which will be used on all other county roads. Issue notice to proceed and complete by September 15th. Authorize administrator to notify the auditor to release retainage at completion of project. Engineer will pay $893,035.05 from engineer project account. Participating townships will reimburse the county for all work done on the township roads. The amount expected to be $463,380, but could vary based on the quantity of stone and asphalt emulsion actually on township roads.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
No.
Under Sheriff DTF, 18, enter in a sub-grant agreement with Ohio Department of Public Safety Ohio Drug Law Enforcement Fund, Grant 2021 DLLEF 5828, in the amount of $137,518 that will be applied to DTF salaries. Authorized cash match of $45,839.33, which will be paid from the DTF MEG salaries account.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Okay, we've arrived at the public comment section of the meeting. Michael DiCarlo is signed up to speak, and if anybody else is wanting to speak during public comment, there's a public comment forms there in the back to fill out. Or if you haven't and you'd like to speak, we'll have you speak and then fill it out later. As long as you get it into the clerk, we'll be good. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. President,
morning.
Commissioners. What was it? It's an honor be before you? Something like that? I don't know. As we work in our quest here to create a more perfect representative governmental system, I'd like you to think back to when I first came here about 9 months ago or whatever, right? Came here and said, hey, fire plugs on my street don't work, right? And the way we found this out is because the house across the street caught on fire, right? So a little bit logical deduction, you roll back history of time, there was a fire there about a dozen years ago down the street. All the hydrants were used. They obviously weren't shut off correctly, but then nobody did the maintenance on them later. So they ended up rupturing. Now we have stormwater committees caused by leaking fire mains on my street. And the solution was the $1.6 million, $9 million to phone it in. I bet you $1.6 million, $69 million may have come close to replacing the pipe that was ruptured. I moved back here to where I'm from, and it's kind of funny. In Vermillion, I don't know if you've been there in the summertime. My hat, my beard, I'm adopted, right? It's kind of been like, whoa. My wife said, hey, that could be your dad behind you. I'm like, yeah, it probably might be.
I wonder where you're going with that.
No, my dad's been gone for 30 years. He worked at B.F. Goodrich.
Oh, okay.
All right. I moved here to be a worm farmer. I actually named it Southern Ohio Shores Worm Training Farm. Even bought a website, soswtf.com. I'm thinking I need to find a marketing guy, because this might be a nice little t-shirt selling thing here right about now. I would like to ask the commissioners, I have one question, and it regards everything, and I'm trying to build something here. I'm not trying to tear anybody down or tear anything down. I'm trying to build a better community. In the past, Frank Root Jr. was the fire chief of Avon Fire Department. He's now a convicted felon. During the transition, he was chief or the head of the Lorraine County Fire Chiefs Association. He founded it in '96. He probably was the president until 2006. I'd like to take a shot, like a 3-year snippet, say between 2002 and 2005, how many times he came before this board and how much money he solicited from it. I think that if we could pause and reflect on those occurrences and who we were taking advice from, might shed light into situations that we're at. Like I've told you before, retired submariner. Part of my other job was quality insurance instructor, or quality insurance inspector, so that when these holes on a submarine, when you take them apart, that can kill you, when they're put back together, I was the guy that inspected it to make sure it was done right. So this isn't personal. This is trying to figure out how the ship is sunk this far. I'm the only one that's operated a ship once underwater. And I'm just trying to figure out how we've gotten here, really, right? Just trying to make it a better place for everybody. But if you can help me out with the marketing guy with that t-shirt idea, I think we can make some money. Have a great week.
Okay. You as well.
I'm not touching it.
Yeah, Dave's a marketing guru.
No, don't do that.
Schedule an appointment with Dave. Anyhow,
I can't wait for my report.
right. Yeah. Any other individuals, public comments? Seeing none, we will move.
Director would like to,
Oh, yeah, Mark. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
he's had an opportunity to speak, his hand went up quick.
I was gonna say, for those who didn't see what happened, Mark was doing,
Me.
Haven't had to do that since class for a long time. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I just wanted to give an update. A month ago, we were talking about overdoses. So on the 25th, we finalized our plans. I talked with the mayors and city managers this morning. We're going to be hitting the streets between 10 and 2. We're going to be going to everywhere that there was an overdose over the last couple months, or actually throughout for all of '22, and we're going to be doing a 4-block radius around there and handing out Narcan and information. Again, the goal is really just whatever we can do to stop the deaths that are associated with that and prolonging that person's life to try to get them into treatment. So that's the update that I have. I wanted to make sure that you're all aware of it as well. And you're going to be seeing us, there's right now about 25 employees, around 50 other folks from other organizations as well that are going to be participating. So we were looking at maybe about 100 people that'll end up contributing to this and be able to get those out there. And we'll be breaking out in teams to try to hit the hundreds of homes. The goal would be to pass out about 1,800 boxes of Narcan. So that's what we're looking for. That's what we're hoping. So appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Up next would be our County Administrator, J.R. White. He's motioning no updates.
Not with a shirt like that.
I was wondering the same thing.
It speaks for itself.
I just wanted you to come up so you could see the shirt better. that's all
Yeah, I
want.
thought, when I saw you
No.
come in, I thought you got yourself a new shirt with the county logo on it, and as you got closer to us, we see that.
The Ohio State University. Okay.
What is wrong with you people? You have to ask those kinds of questions.
Okay.
Matt, have we not done a good enough job training these people yet? I don't understand.
Exactly. Assistant County Prosecutor Dan Petticourt.
OH is the best thing I have to say right now. There you go.
Easy, Greg.
I have no report today, other than to say that we have an executive session planned in which we will discuss the potential purchase or sale of public property. There is a potential piece of litigation I can discuss with the commissioners if time permits, but the primary purpose of executive session, I think, is for the potential purchase or sale of public property, in addition to the statement read by the clerk earlier in the meeting.
Okay, very good. Commissioners' reports. Commissioner Moore.
Just to carry on what our health commissioner just talked about. People think, the Narcans are out there for, drug addicts on the streets, okay? On Saturday at Cedar Point, a friend of mine's son was a lifeguard, and somebody was face down in the river at Cedar Point, okay? All he did is he tipped over. He brought him back. He was keeping him alive through compressions until the EMTs could get there and figured out it was a overdose at a Cedar Point. Just normal day for everybody, and brought him back to life. So this stuff isn't just it's everywhere. So a little shout out to Trent Williams. He's got a proud dad. I want to talk to the other two, I'm planting a seed in your heads to my fellow commissioners. We've received our first list, and it's probably going to be our only list, of those that were requesting funds for the SBS and the nonprofits. I'm just going to throw this out to you. I did some mathematical equations because this is going to be a tough decision for the three of us. And I just going to throw this out, let you guys think about it for maybe next week. But if you take a look at how many people, because a lot of people didn't qualify, not a lot, but I'd say a page full of people didn't qualify. They were outside the county, just things like that. And if you take a look at, let's say the 2.6 million that applied, and there's 1.5 that is allocated to it. If we apply just 57%, is pretty much, you take that number of 57%, everybody gets something. If you do a reduction of 55% for all the requests, it's still money that helps out these local communities. Same with the nonprofits. It's something I just want to throw out there. You guys can think about it for about for a week. Kind of proud. A little upset, but I did not get invited. I was hoping I'd get invited to Columbus to do the signing of the Veterans Bill.
Well,
Yeah, I didn't get a call. I didn't, nobody loves me up here, I guess. So, but yeah, DeWine was doing a lot of signings on Tuesday. There was about 8 bills that he signed, and one of them was something that originated here on this table up here. And I brought it up last week. So, the Veterans Service Commission's extremely happy. I talked to Jacob. I thought maybe we'd both be able to go down and hang out and get a photo op, and kind of like we didn't get that opportunity. So I'm sure if the governor's running, he might be swinging by. I will talk to him about that and educate him on, hey, what about us up here in Lorraine County? So that's it. Thanks.
Commissioner Hung.
I have no report. Thank you.
Okay. I'll try to be brief because I know we have a lot of business ahead. Yeah, those bill signings, I can tell you they're pretty, sometimes they're sporadic, sometimes you find out at the last minute, but the, the bill that Commissioner Moore is referencing, making it possible for the Veteran Services Commission to have use of credit cards, because when emergencies pop up with the veterans in our community, there's not necessarily enough time to process the paperwork and get the checks, and so they can immediately go out and use that credit card to help the veteran in the community. And I know that Commissioner Moore worked on that closely with our government advocate there in Columbus. And I've heard from folks in Columbus that Jacob Smith just hit it out of the park, the director for Veteran Services, and that he really helped to be the closer, I guess you could say, and seal the deal. He did a great job. So, but it's going to help a lot of veterans when there's emergency situations, that person who walks in the door at 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, and you've got to get something done right away. So, but great work on that. And I have a bill signing pen from Strickland if you want to borrow it for a couple of days. No? Okay. Anyhow. Had the opportunity this week to interview a number of individuals that are up for reappointment on our Mars board, and can't say enough good things about the folks that are serving on the Mars board and their commitment to dealing with this very issue, with the epidemic that we have going on. It's been overshadowed by the pandemic, but the pandemic has made the epidemic even worse. But the Mars folks and the board members doing an amazing job, and was re-interviewing, I guess you could say, a number of them, which I like to do before we do reappointments. No WAC on Friday, officially accepted, and I understand that everything's pretty much wrapped up for the $92 million for the I-90 widening that you see when you're over near the ballpark area. I-90 is going to be widened going from 611 over to the Turnpike, and there's been a lot of traffic studies done, especially westbound the afternoon rush hour. A lot of traffic accidents taking place, and backs up, and our county's growing. We got lower taxes here, great quality of life, great schools, and folks want to be here. So there's a lot more folks moving here and a lot more activity taking place, but that's going to be very helpful. So you'll see that construction going on throughout the summer. Had the opportunity Sunday to attend the Great Expectations music program, their first annual gala. And I can tell you that Pastor Jeffries and members of her church worked very closely on this program to launch it, and the children there are getting exposed to music, learning about music. I was told by Sister Bernadette in school that I had no musical talent, so I got disqualified early in life. But nonetheless, these kids did an amazing job, and it's a great program. Lorain County for Ukraine, we continue to meet. I think we're up to 9 or 10 families now that we are aware of that have actually worked through the Lorain County for Ukraine committee. And I can't say enough for everybody who's jumped in to help out with finding housing and making sure that the services are in order, and it's really helped these families come from great trauma to this country and start to live a new life here, unfortunately leaving spouses and loved ones back there to fight the war. Solid Waste held its meeting, Solid Waste Committee. Big issue we continue to have in the county is contamination, so would stress again, please be careful about what you especially put in with those recyclables. If you're not really sure, put it in with your regular trash. But it's certainly having an impact on the dollars that are available coming into the county. But most importantly, we want to stretch the life of the landfill as much as possible. So your help on that and assistance is very important.
Remember Dave's quote, right? When in doubt, throw it out.
When in doubt, throw it out.
Okay.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then Sam Felton was recognized at Sam Felton Park there yesterday. That was something that the community had put together to name a park after Sam, and he is greatly missed in the veteran community, and recognition much deserved. We need to remember his service to our country and his service to our community, especially our veterans. Sam was always there helping our vets. Today, the Elyria Kiwanis will have their Strawberry Festival, so I get my yearly sugar buzz. I believe that starts at 4 o'clock over at St. Mary's, but, so if you can attend, certainly support that. And just wanted to add that one of our own former, well, I don't know if he's former because he still does some appearances on WEOL radio, Tim Elkhorn, apparently made the trip out west with the Guardians and is in on the broadcast for the next couple days, sitting in for Tom Hamilton.
Oh, very cool.
Along with Rosenhaus. And Tim I remember the first time I heard him filling in one day, and he sounded like he'd been in the chair forever.
Oh, really?
He's just a natural.
Oh, he
you know.
is.
And of course, we're so proud of him having gone on to be the voice of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and just a natural talent. And I worked with Tim cable TV when we were doing cable TV sports. The oddity was I was doing the play-by-play and Tim wasn't doing the play-by-play. He was actually doing the stats and things of that nature. And so somebody had a poor eye for talent, that's all I can say, because how I ended up doing it, I don't know. But anyhow, Tim's the guy who has experienced great success in broadcasting and play-by-play announcing, and we just wish him all the best. And
That was his goal 30 years ago. He
Yeah.
always wanted to be a Cavalier.
always
Is that
did.
wild?
yeah,
It's, you know,
Joe Tate put in a good word for him and got the job, and it's been a great thing, and just a real humble guy, down to earth, and just a super guy. So you can find him on Facebook as well too, when he has his travels all over the place with the announcing. But we just really want to salute him and recognize him today. So that completes my report, Madam Clerk.
Just as a reminder, we will meet at 10:30 next week instead of 9:30.
That's right.
I forgot to include that, but
Mr. DeCarlo.
10:30 next week, not 9:30.
10:30 next week. Okay.
Okay.
At 10:30 next week, the International Festival has its breakfast in the morning, and instead of us, at least for me, breaking every speed limit trying to get back over here for the 9:30 meeting, we thought it'd be better if we started at 10:30, and so everybody can enjoy the breakfast, and hopefully you'll get out and support the International Festival as well. Next would be board correspondence. I would move that the reading be waived.
I'll second that. But Teresa, are you sure you don't want to read all this? This is a long one.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
I noticed you didn't call for any comments or whatever. You just went
Goes
straight.
right
to-
along.
No discussion there. Yeah. Wow.
protesting.
The power of the clerk. The power of the clerk. Okay, well, at this point, I'm going to make the motion that we go into executive session
Second?
Discussion.
for the reasons stated by the Assistant County Prosecutor.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
I under protest.
I under
Want to
protest.
follow
There we
Matt's
go.
lead on some
Yeah,
of this
there
stuff.
you go.
know?
Okay.
Oh, we're still on. Hot mic. I guess we're still on.
Sorry to be in front of you guys first, but I need to go out this door right now.
Yeah, we're off, Christie.
Christie?
Leave it go. You know what? Some of the best headlines come from
And we have returned out of executive session. Madam Clerk, we have some other business to take care
We
of.
have one issue, and sorry I didn't catch it earlier, but number 4, advances and repayments, we do have one.
So moved. Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Okay. And then at this point, we'll take up the personnel summary sheet. Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Any other business come before the board? Seeing